There's a voice inside my head that says this is love. In the morning I romanticize it all. I was lonely, but now I can understand. I was lonely, but now I feel like I had come home. Home, where you are, I'll make it. Home, in your arms I'll take it. Home, where you are, I'll make it. Home, in your arms I'll take it slow. There's a dream I can't escape that feels like love. In the evening I romanticize it all. I was hiding, but now I can understand. I was hiding, but now I feel like I have come home. Home, where you are, I'll make it. Home, in your arms I'll take it. Home.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome here at the FEI Dressage Nations Cup 2026 in Lier. FEI Dressage Nations Cup Lier proudly presented by Lotto. We have in total, if we see the list, 8 teams present here in this FEI Dressage Nations Cup 2026. Team Great Britain, Team Spain, Team Switzerland, Team the Netherlands, Team Portugal, Team Belgium, Team Sweden and Team Germany. 8 teams competing for the win here in this FEI Dressage Nations Cup 2026 presented by Lotto. Een hele goede middag dames en heren en van harte welkom hier bij de FEI Dressage Nations Cup 2026 in Lier. U aangeboden door Lotto. 8 teams straks aan het werk hier in deze. De teams van Groot-Brittannië, Spanje, Zwitserland, Nederland, Portugal, België, Zweden en Duitsland. Deze FEI Dressage Nations Cup wordt u aangeboden door Lotto. Lotto, het zijn spelen die op tegen een klein inzetbedrag met de op
Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to Lier here for the CDIO Nations Cup. What a fantastic, beautiful warm summer's day. And here we have the start list already in the arena. Getting us underway is Great Britain's Lewis Carrier. We have several teams including Great Britain, Switzerland, Spain, the Netherlands, Portugal, Belgium, Sweden, and the judges, the grand jury at E, Evie Eisenhardt from Germany, at H, Olivia Smeets from Belgium, at C, Alice Schwab from Austria, M, Kurt Christensen from Denmark, and at B, Martin van der Heijden from the Netherlands. There you can see the 8 teams coming forward. They will all have their first rider, and then we'll go through all 4 riders. And in the third section of this competition, we will have the 4th ride who gets the top spots in the team. 3 parts of this Grand Prix. And as I said, getting us underway, it is Lewis Carrier for Great Britain. He is riding Diego V. Diego is a 18-year-old. A KWPN gelding by Spielberg out of a Welt hit mare. Together, this combination have competed at many European Championships as part of the under-25 youth competitions. Competed in 2018, 2020 and 2021. Picking up some good places. They then made the break up to senior and made the shortlist for the Paris Olympic Games. Last time out though, it was in the Fontainebleau Nations Cup just last month. They finished 24th there in the Grand Prix with 67.6 and competed in the freestyle where they finished 11th with 73.7. Pretty nice start for Lewis. Good positioning there in the half pass. Nice reach, clear changes of bend. Horse there in a nice frame. Could just maybe be a little bit more fluent. Nice coming around the corner and into the hole. Good preparation. Just step back to square up. Slightly leaning on the hand there in the rein back, but a nice move off back into the collected trot. And good into the extension, really clear. Could maybe just have a little bit more pushing power for the higher marks. Again, really clear transitions into and out of the extension. Keeping nice through the passage and into The Piaf really nice there. Very fluent transitions. And straight away into a good active walk. Taking a nice stretch. Can clearly see the horse over tracking, keeping that really regular 4-beat walk and maintaining that march through this short side. Fluent transition into the Piaf, nicely on the spot. And then up to the canter. Nicely on the aids, up into the canter. Horse staying in a nice frame. Clear changes through the twos, and he's going for it in the extension. Great risk there taken by Lewis, really using that entire diagonal line as well. Lewis really making sure that he shows clear changes of bend. Could maybe have been a little bit more uphill, maybe needed a little more balance towards the end there, but overall really nice from Lewis. Good riding, and now coming into these one-time changes. Looking good from this angle. It needs to keep the activity through the canter pirouette. Nice preparation, really clear in the bend. Yeah, just losing a little bit of the jump there, but very well centered. Again, lovely fluent transition into the Piaf. Nice and straight, or just needed a little bit more balance there coming out. And a lovely job, a super square halt to finish for Lewis Carrier and Diego, getting Team Great Britain underway. You can see Laura Tomlinson dressed there in her white. She is the next rider to go for Great Britain, as Lewis gives Diego a big pat. A really lovely fluent test from this combination. Yeah, it was just that rein back where he just got a little bit on the hand today, but overall really nice and fluent. Good work in the piaffe, lovely activity through that, super through the changes. It was the canter pirouettes today where they lost a little bit of the jump in the canter, but overall a really well ridden test, very beautifully presented by Lewis. They've got such a great partnership, these two. So much harmony. Lewis done all of the work himself, trained by Carl Hester. Had this horse from a youngster. So we just wait for the score to come through for this combination. Next up we have a rider for Switzerland. They've actually allowed 9 minutes per rider, so plenty of time for one rider to exit before the next combination come in. And here is the score. It is a 70.087%. Very, very good scores there from our panel of judges. Super consistent across. So getting great out there from Lewis. So next up, as I said, we move to Switzerland. It is the turn of Estelle Wettstein. She is riding Quarterboy, a 16-year-old Oldenburg gelding. He is by quarterback out of a Rubenster Noir mare. Last time out for this combination was in Mannheim earlier this month. They finished 8th in the Grand Prix with 67.5%. And then in the special it was 8th again with 67.5%. Very consistent over the 2 days. This combination competed at the European Championships in both Hagen in 2021 and in Rosenbeck in 2023, in 27th in 21 and 48th in the 23 European Championships. So our first combination now for Switzerland, Estelle Wettstein and Quarterboy. Fairly nice entry there. Lovely move off into the trot, beautifully straight down the centre line. Always very important to make a good impression if you can. Fairly nice there through the extension, showing a clear difference. Could maybe have had a little bit more pushing from the hind legs. Just overall there in the trot, you could just see a little bit more engagement for the higher marks. Hind legs just coming a little bit more underneath, but good there through the half pass. Really nice and fluent. Good reach, lovely crossing. Yeah, just not quite as fluent there to the left. Oh, that's a shame. It's kicked the board in the corner. A little bit slow to immobilise. He did actually come fairly square to start with and then just fidgeted slightly, but some nice steps in the rein back. really nice there in the rhythm and the tempo through the extension. You can see that he doesn't get quicker, he does just extend. As I said, they just do with a little bit more engagement, a bit more pushing from the hind leg. And there, yeah, nice. Does actually come a little bit more underneath. You want to see those diagonal pairs, which he showed well. Keep the regularity there. Good. Good riding from Estelle. Pretty nice and fluent through that. Good activity. And straight into the walk. A little bit limited there in ground cover. Want to see a bit more shoulder freedom. You could just see him holding himself a little bit there. Yeah, a little bit of tension creeping in as she picks up the reins for the collected walk. She's doing a good job of just trying to keep his cool. Doing her best to show what she can there in the collected walk. Nice riding again, really nice soft riding through the collected walk there. Could just see as he came up into the passage, he was losing a little bit of concentration, and then about 4 or 5 steps just before she asked for the PF, she got him back on her aids again. Ooh, a little bit slow up into the canter. He wasn't quite straight on her aids. See the score just dropped there after the walk, and both the extended walk and the collected walk, both double coefficients. Nice big changes. A little bit of swinging there, but really covering the ground beautifully, nice and uphill. Horse has such a lovely jump to the canter. Yeah, and she's taking risk there in the extension, really covering the ground. Nicely ridden. Yeah, think about the collection coming back. That's so important after that extension, because then you really need to get them back on the hind legs, back listening into the collected canter to get the change, because then the corner happens so quickly and you really need them beautifully balanced before you come down the center line and start this zigzag, because there's such a limited amount of space. And the canter zigzag there was pretty nice. It was just a little bit quick, and it really does need to be in collected canter. Good now in the ones. From this angle, it actually looked straighter in the ones. They were really lovely. Again, covering plenty of ground. And again here, it's so important to get them back on the aids, get that preparation in for the canter pirouette, starting a little bit large there. Yeah, you could just see, just lost the jump in that second half of the canter pirouette and then dropped into trot at the end. Keep the throughness. Yeah, better this time. Now coming down this final centre line, really lovely lift in the passage, keeping the energy right the way through this test. Yeah, well ridden. transitions from the Passage to the Piaffe. Just a little bit on the hand into that last halt, but a really good job overall for Estelle Wettstein and Quarterboy from Switzerland. Just wasn't quite sure on this top corner here, and that really came through in the walk today where they lost a fair few marks there, but overall a really lovely job, really fluent, especially through the Piaffe Passage today. Lovely through the changes and the canter pirouettes. It was here whenever they were going towards that area where with the tables and chairs, but the horse really lovely and off the ground in the tempi changes. Pretty nice balance throughout. I should think she'd be very pleased with that test indeed. It was just there at the end of that canter pirouette left that she just lost the canter, sadly, so that would have been a little bit expensive today. 66.696. Again, the scores all very similar there from our panel of judges. And already our third combination are in. It is for the Netherlands, Daphne van Peperstraten and Greenpoint's Hotmail V. This is a 14-year-old KWPN, a stallion by Apache. Their last time out was just last month at 3-star in Exlu. They finished 25th in the Grand Prix with 65.2 and finished 10th in the special with 66.9%. Has had a good career coming up through ponies, juniors, young riders and under 25, all on, well, mostly on Greenpoint's Cupido. Just 26 years old. Lovely horse, wonderful presence in the arena. Just like to see a little bit more self-carriage there through the half passes, really clear bending. Really clear through the bend, through the half pass. Just needed a little bit more balance and self-carriage. Accurate halt and good steps in the rein back. Again, the same as the Piaffe, you really want to see those diagonal pairs. Clearly over tracking in the extension. Maybe just be a little bit more uphill for an extra mark. Or losing a bit of the activity there. Not really showing very many continuous steps of Piaffe, sadly, there. Fairly nice in the passage out, and actually the regularity was much better behind than going into the Piaffe. Nice relaxation there in the walk. The horse taking a nice stretch. Could maybe just have a little more ground cover, a little more swing over the back for the bigger marks, but nice here into the collected walk. really keeping that marching. It's about getting that engagement, isn't it? And you could just see it wasn't quite, the hind legs weren't quite underneath enough going into that passage, and then it's a little bit harder to get the piaffe from that passage. Lovely here in the canter. Beautifully straight changes. Again, really covering the ground there. Yeah, all these riders taking good risk in the extension. Now come back, get the balance, ready for the counter zigzag. Yeah, nicely ridden. Clear in the bend, keep the balance. Yeah, just needs a little bit more balance there. You can see the quarters leading. It's all just getting a little bit quick there. Yeah, well managed by Daphne. That comes around so fast, that movement. Yeah, again, again, just losing a bit of the fluency there. It's, for me, it just needs a little bit more engagement, a little bit more collection, a bit more coming together in some self-carriage. Yeah, fairly big through the canter pirouette. Again, just a little bit quick going into it. You need that jump, but you also need the balance for the horse to be able to really sit. That's better this way. And now down the final centre line. Better there. Yes, you know, a really good improvement to see through the test, and that's really what they're going to be looking to achieve. Great riding from Daphne van Peperstraten and Greenpoint's Hot Mail V. This is actually, I've just looked back on their results, only their second ever senior international Grand Prix. So a huge congratulations to them. You know, it's still a big step up from under 25 Grand Prix to senior Grand Prix, and they've made an impressive start. To me, it just needed a little bit more breathing space, I think, a little bit more connection, a little bit more collection, but it's all there. This horse is really lovely and talented. Just would have liked to have seen a little bit more self-carriage and a little bit more collection and balance, and then the scores are definitely going to be on the up. But it takes time, you know. It's all right riding these tests at home, but it's so different when you get into a competition environment. 65.783% for Daphne van Peperstraten. Again, very consistent from our judges. They've all definitely been singing from the same hymn sheet so far. You know, it's so important to have these 5 judges. They all have different viewpoints from around the arena. We move on now to our first combination for Portugal. It is Joao Miguel Torrao and Lirio MVL, an 11-year-old Lusitano stallion by Zustilis out of El Negro Mare. Last time out was the Fontainebleau Nations Cup last month. They finished 16th in the Grand Prix there with 69.435%. Then went on to ride the special to finish 9th with 68.8. A combination that competed at the Europeans in Crozet last year, finished 29th individually in the Grand Prix and 28th in the special. Not quite direct into that first halt. Lovely move off though. A little bit of fiddling with the contact there around the corner. Needed to keep the regularity there, but good here coming into the extension. Lovely transition back. Super crossing in the half pass. Yeah, really clear in the bend. Better there. Seemed like he had a little bit more self-carriage in the half pass to the left. Ended up being a nice halt, but the judges really want to see that direct transition into halt and then that immobility. Yeah, just didn't quite have the balance going round that corner, and then he straight away asked for the extension rather than getting straight, and therefore lost the balance going into the extension. But very, very well recovered. Keep the regularity, nice. Yeah, nicely on the spot. Just needs to be sure he doesn't get too high behind. But some lovely active steps. So he's keeping quite a lot of contact there in the extension. You can see the horse just wiggling his head a little bit. You really want to see him taking a stretch down and out, and the horse seeking the bit down. Just feel Joao was a little bit conservative there in allowing the horse to stretch. And, you know, we don't know this horse like he does, and maybe it's safer for him to keep a bit more of a contact so the horse keeps the concentration on the rider. If he let the rein go a little bit more, maybe he'd get a bit distracted by the crowd. You know, it's really those decisions that the rider has to make in that moment. They know exactly what's going on up there. They can feel what's going on underneath them with the horses. They know the horses from previous experience. But it will, of course, lose them some marks. So it's really about making those decisions in the moment. Again, some nice steps in the Piaffe. Good up into the canter, really nice rhythm here, lovely jump. Nice changes, all very clear. And actually they seem to straighten up as the diagonal went along. There was a little bit of swinging at the beginning, but they certainly got straighter from this angle anyway. Yeah, again, a very clear difference, losing a bit of the uphill tendency, but a clear difference shown nonetheless, and a good change coming back. Nice changes. Really nicely on the aids through that. Yeah, nicely ridden by Joao. Again, could maybe have been a little bit more uphill, but good fluency. All looked clean and clear. Just lost a little bit of straightness on that final one. And now coming into, yeah, good preparation. Really good riding. Started a little bit big. Managed to keep that separation behind. They keep the jump. Could have just been a little bit more active in the first one, so keep that jump now. Yeah. Again, you could see it a little bit more centered. The judges would want to see that jump, but keeping it more centered. But, you know, this horse still 11 years old, lost a bit of balance in that downward transition. But, you know, this horse still 11 years old. So it's about riding the test for the horse and looking long term. You know, every rider will come into a competition having a goal, you know, and something that potentially they've been working on since the last competition. So for in this instance, Fontainebleau, at the middle of April last month. And so maybe, you know, he was like, right, okay, I want to go into this competition having really worked on the canter pirouettes or the piaffe or whatever it might be. And so really, really focusing on making improvements in those areas. And everybody's on their own journey. Slight anticipation there for the halt. He certainly knew that was coming. But Joao Miguel Torrao there for Portugal. And Lirio MVL, our first to go for Team Portugal. A lovely young stallion. Again, you really can see this horse's potential. Today I would have liked to have seen a little bit more uphill tendency in the canter work. But as I said, it's all in the making. Some really lovely lift and activity through the trot work. Super in the piaffe. Really clear in the changes. Just lost a little bit of the activity in the canter pirouette today. But overall a nice, well-presented test. And a big smile and a pat for Lirio as we wait for the score. And it is in 69.609 into second place there, just behind Lewis Carrier of Great Britain. As we move on now to our first combination of Belgium. It is Wim Verwimp and Jedi de Massa. This horse is a 12-year-old Bay Gelding by Don Juan de Hus, and Galopin de la Font is the mare line. Another combination that were in Fontainebleau for the Nations Cup there. They didn't have their ideal time in the Grand Prix. The horse was quite distracted by the flies and had a few mistakes to score 64.6, but came back in the special with 70.6 to finish 5th there. A really, really super combination, so looking forward to seeing them today in the Grand Prix. Hopefully not too many flies about. Belgium looking so strong at the moment. Well, of course, Justin Verboemen and Zonic Plus, who we will see later on in this competition. Lovely lift. This horse has such a nice presence. Nice positioning there. Really good crossing. Beautifully uphill. Clear to the bend. Just could be in a little bit more self-carriage there. You can see the horse a little bit playing with the bit. Lovely halt. Best halt so far. Just dropping the bit slightly there in the rein back though and dragging the feet back, but a lovely move off back into the trot. Waiting nicely before he asks for the extension. Of really nice there in the frame. Yeah, that was a lovely picture there across the diagonal. Staying with the pole at the highest point. Nice transition. There you can really clearly see the diagonal pairs in the Piaffe. Yeah, lovely transitions, super regular. And now into the walk. Showing fairly good ground cover. Good relaxation. Yeah, needs to keep that regularity there. Yeah, better. Again, there just needs to be a little bit stiller to the contact. You can see at times the mouth opening slightly, but beautifully on the spot there in the Piaffe. Really clear in the rhythm, very clear diagonal pairs, and again, same in the move off into the passage. Nicely on the aids up to canter. Yeah, good changes. They looked pretty straight. Not the biggest changes that we've seen, but they were correct. You can see Wim really offering the hand forward. The horse taking the extension through the frame as well as the stride length. Yeah, nice there. Oh, just lost a bit of balance there. Yeah, better. The second change just looked a little bit early off of his aids. It didn't quite look like that completely came from Wim. And now into the ones. Yeah, good. Again, not the biggest changes, not the most ground covering, but all very correct. Lovely preparation. You can really see him getting that engagement as he comes into the canter pirouette. Really clear in the bend. It was nicely centered. Keeping the jump, yeah. Lovely there in the frame. This horse is so elastic and light-footed. Lovely lift there in the passage. Nicely straight on the centre line. They come into that final piaffe now. Keep the regularity. Beautiful. Nicely on the spot. Really fluent transitions. Very nicely done. Nice and uphill. Oh, keep it. There we go. And Wim Verwimp there. And Jedi de Massa. Team Belgium en masse there in the kiss and cry. They are going to be pretty strong, I would say, today in this Nations Cup. A good test there from Wim, much better than his test from Fontainebleau. Sadly, as I said at the beginning, the horse got really distracted by the flies. Today, could have just seen the horse a little bit stiller to the contact. You can see there coming into the piaffe. He was just slightly opening his mouth at times. But overall, pretty good balance throughout. Really good through the canter tour. Beautiful. And the piaffe today, really fluent transitions. A really nice job, well done from Wim, and he goes into the lead, 71.63%. We move on to Sweden now, and it is the turn of Caroline Darcourt, and she is riding Bournonville, a Danish warm blood who is 13 years old. He's by IPS at Bonbravo, out of a Laudini mare. Their last time out was actually last year. They competed in Falsterbo in July for the Nations Cup there. They had a win in the special with 68 and was second in the Grand Prix with 69.261%. Caroline's been out in America competing her other ride, Lord Django, as well as Raccoon, who she rides Small Tour. Had some great results out there, and then came back to compete in Aachen with Lord Django back in May. Well, we're in May. Earlier this month, I should say. Again, a lovely light-footed horse. Really good reach there through the half pass. It's a little bit more self-carriage. Just looks a little bit heavy. Nice. Not 100% square in front, but not far off. Again, just leaning slightly on the bit there in the rein back. And she's working pretty hard to try and get that lightness. Some nice steps through the extension and then a good transition into the passage. You can see clear steps. Again, just to me, it just looks like the balance is slightly more on the shoulder and he's taking quite a strong contact through that trot tour. Good relaxation there in the walk. Oh, he's got a big walk. Really good shoulder freedom there. Just needs to be sure that she keeps the march really big over track. It's quite difficult when these horses have such a big walk because it's so much harder to collect them. And so you do run a little risk of it potentially becoming a little bit lateral in the collected walk. Yeah, pretty good regularity through the Piaffe Passage. Ah, that's a shame. Oh, what a pity. Lots of mistakes there. Yeah, clear difference shown again. Losing that uphill tendency. Just want to see those hind legs more underneath the body to really be able to sit and come uphill and lift the shoulder. It just looks like he's getting quite heavy in front. Well managed there through the zigzag by Caroline. Now into the ones. Yeah, better. That she did get the changes. They were quite croup high, but she did get a much better line there than in the twos. So she's going to have to work really hard now coming into that canter pirouette to get the engagement. I think she's going to have to ride them fairly big, yeah. Yeah. She's going to have to ride them fairly big to be able to keep the canter and to keep the jump. Yeah. Yeah, well managed again there by Caroline. Again, choosing to ride it a little bit big. Lost the jump on one of the strides. One of them was a little bit together behind. It'd be interesting to see, what test she decides to ride tomorrow, whether it's the Grand Prix Special or the Freestyle, and to see how it goes. You know, this horse hasn't been out in a competition environment for a long time, and so it might be that actually she decided to do a longer warm-up. It's quite a hot day today, so I would imagine that she would probably adjust that tomorrow, having this feeling in the test today. Again, we don't know the combination particularly well, so it's hard to say, but I would imagine if it was me, I would be shortening the warm-up tomorrow to hopefully bring in a little bit more freshness, just losing again the rhythm there in the passage as she comes down the centre line. Very well ridden from Caroline Darcourt here for Sweden. It looked like pretty hard work through that test for Caroline today. And, you know, when you've had such a big break from competition, it's quite hard to, it's the same as when you come out with a new horse. You don't really know how to play it. You don't know how long to warm up for, how much the horses need. And especially on such a hot day like this, that can really, really change your whole strategy. You know, especially in the middle of the day when it's at its hottest, or in the middle of the afternoon when it's at its hottest. And today it just looked like he was a little bit down on the shoulder, didn't quite have that self-carriage that she would have wanted, and she had to work really hard through the test to try and keep as much engagement as she could and to keep him as uphill. And there you could just see that last step of the canter pirouette where she lost a bit of the separation behind. So we'll just see what that score is for Caroline. It is a 66.892%. Again, fairly consistent. That's actually the biggest difference that we've seen there from our judges, with a 64 up to 67%. So we finish our first rider rotation now with this final combination. It is for Germany, Evelyn Eger and Global Power OLD. This is a 9-year-old, an Oldenburg by Grey Flannel out of a Don Frederick mare. A gelding. She rode this horse in 2024 at the World Breeding Championships. Finished 12th in the final there. Their last time out was the 3-star at Fontainebleau, where they finished second in the Grand Prix with 69.2 and won the special with 70.34. Beautiful horse. So much elasticity. So again, just bearing in mind that this is a 9-year-old. Wonderful reach. Just looking for that fluency. This is their second time at International Grand Prix. Coming into a good halt. Oh. Yeah, not quite getting the rein back there, but a nice move off. Very big, powerful horse. Clearly can see the overtrack. Oh, it's picking up the counter. Yeah, well ridden. Keep it. Yeah, good riding by Evelyn. You could just see that it was getting a little bit much for him there in the Piaffe, and she just managed to reassure him. Just started to think a little bit backwards in it, so good riding from Evelyn to give him that reassurance. It'll be interesting to see how she rides this next Piaffe, to see if she allows him to travel a little bit more. So keep the regularity now in the passage. Yeah, come on. Keep it forward, keep it forward. Yeah. She asked for a few steps and then he started thinking a little bit backwards again, so she just picked up the passage. You know, you don't want to give them like wrong ideas. You know, if they are picking up something that isn't what you're asking, you're better off riding out of it. You don't want that to then become their go-to, especially in a test environment. You can see different behaviors in a test environment when there's a little bit more pressure. Nice changes. Again, this horse really beautifully uphill, covering good ground there in the extension. So preparing now, coming round, getting him back into the collected canter. Nice. Keep the balance. Could just be a little bit more collected here. But nice control. Well ridden from Evelyn. Oh, what a shame. 11 gorgeous changes and then just a little mistake at the end there. Good preparation. She's giving this horse a really nice ride. Yeah. Again, needs a bit of polishing, a little bit more balance coming out of the canter pirouette. But overall, a nice job. Really keeping the bend. Riding them slightly larger, especially there in the second half, and you know that was really good to see because the first half she lost the balance in the last step, so this time she asked for the canter pirouette maybe a little bit on the bigger side but kept the balance. It really is about those little compromises in the test. just keeping the energy down this final centre line. Lovely lift. Yeah, ride forward. Yeah, much better. Much, much better. No backward thinking steps there. And, you know, that was because in that second Piaffe, as soon as he started thinking backwards, she pushed him back out to the passage. So a really positive finish there for Evelyn Eger. A real schooling round for this pair. She was able to give him the confidence and the experience in his second ever international Grand Prix. You know, yes, of course it needs polishing, but it really is about giving these horses the confidence and the exposure. And this horse has a lot of talent there. You can just see he's just thinking slightly backwards at times in the Piaffe. And yes, again, it just needs more fluency. But he's beautifully uphill. He's lovely and powerful. He's got a lot to like. He's really nice and light-footed. And it's just going to be now about Evelyn just polishing those bits up, giving the horse the exposure in these kind of environments. And he took that really, really well. There was no tension with the environment at all. A very nice horse. 68.391% and into fourth on our final rider in our first rider rotation. So 7 countries have been. We see Spain come forward in the second rider rotation. They just have 3 riders coming forward for this Nations Cup, so no Spanish rider in the first rider rotation. Now we're back to Great Britain, and it is the turn of Laura Tomlinson. She is riding Full Moon the second. This is a 10-year-old Oldenburg by Furstenball out of a Gribaldi mare. Their last time out was in Hagen last month. They finished 11th in the Grand Prix with 69.2. Finished 12th in the Special with 69.5. Also competed here in Lier in March, where they finished 7th. That was in the indoor. They finished 7th in the Grand Prix with 70.5 and 5th in the freestyle with 75.1. So Lewis Carrier got us underway and scored over 70% for Great Britain. Laura Tomlinson's turn now. A nice start. Again, a lovely light-footed horse. Just a little bit of a head tilt creeping in there in the left half pass. Lovely hold. Fairly nice steps in the rein back. Really good rhythm here in the passage. Yeah, some pretty nice steps. The transitions could have been a little bit more fluent, but really good regularity throughout that. And straight away into a lovely relaxed walk. Good stretch. Really lovely relaxation. The horse wanting to take a stretch down and out, keeping that marching. Again, another horse with a really big walk. Just needed a bit more balance in that transition up, but nicely done by Laura. Keep the activity. Just got a little bit flat there into the piaffe, but you could see Laura having to work quite hard there to keep the piaffe, and that was good from her to just try and keep the momentum going nicely on the aids, though, up into the canter. Good in those two-time changes. Nice and clean and clear. Keeping good jump in the canter. Yeah, taking good risk. A clear difference shown, good transitions. Oh, that was a shame. He was just a bit slow to her aids coming into those one-time changes. Well corrected though. Ah, oh, I cursed that, didn't I? She managed to make the correction through the middle half and then just had another little mistake towards the end. And I do wonder whether this is another combination that maybe the heat and the length of warm-up has just caught them out slightly. Again, losing a bit of the balance there towards the end of that canter pirouette. Keep the canter, keep the jump. Yeah, just losing a little bit of the jump and activity. So final centre line now for Laura Tomlinson and Full Moon the second. Nice there in the passage. Just need to keep that lovely activity coming into the piaffe. Yeah, better transition in this time. Yeah, better. I think the canter maybe helped the piaffe passage there. Be interesting to see if she rides the freestyle tomorrow, to see if she puts the canter at the beginning of the test. But Laura Tomlinson there for Great Britain and Full Moon the second. A nice consistent test from the pair, obviously very nicely presented by Laura. Some nice work through the test. Unfortunately, mistakes in the one-time changes today. Good through the passage. Needed a little bit more fluency and a bit more activity in some of the piaffe today. The same in the canter pirouettes, just got a little bit earthbound and on the shoulder. You can see Laura had to work fairly hard through some of the tests today. But nice through the twos, good control through the canter zigzag. There we have it for Laura Tomlinson. The score is in 68.913%, and that puts her into 4th place so far. She's the 8th rider to come through. And now we have our first competitor for Spain. It is Juan Diaz Garcia and Charo Azores. This is a 9-year-old, a Spanish-bred horse by Caracol Azores. They competed together through the World Breeding Championships. As a 6-year-old back in 2023, finished 32nd there. Their last time out, though, at a Grand Prix was in Murcia last month at the 3-star. They finished 5th in the Grand Prix with 66.19 and 8th in the special with 65.4. Another combination with plenty of presence. Nice reach and crossing through the half pass. Could just be a little bit softer over the back. Yeah, just lacked a little bit of fluency. Just looked like he was holding himself slightly. Not quite square. And losing those diagonal pairs in the rein back. But a lovely move off up into the trot. It's beautifully uphill. Clear difference in the extension. Just needs to be sure that it's not a bit rushed. It's a little bit quick. Yeah, just generally it's looking a little bit tight and a little bit hollow over the back slightly. You know, this horse still is fairly young, but it just looks like he needs to engage his core a little more. A bit inconsistent to the stretch. But some nice steps in the walk, clear ground cover, a very clear over track. Yeah, again, they're just not really through and working over the back, and that really showed through those transitions especially. Nicely on the aids up to the canter though. Yeah, okay, so again, all clear changes, all correct. But again, just looking like he's holding himself slightly in those. Well, hey, off they go in the extension. Definitely risk taken there. Lovely in the frame through that line as well. Gonna have to be sure that they keep the balance here through this line. Yeah, again, just losing a little bit of the balance through the canter zigzag. Nice ones. Yeah, nicely done. So now collection. See, the collected canter is just a little bit generally quite quick. Yeah, and then when he asked for the collected canter and the preparation for the canter pirouette, the horse slightly dropped him going into that, so he had to ride it a little bit bigger to make sure that he could get round the canter pirouette without the horse dropping back. Yeah, a bit more centered this time, but losing a bit of the throughness. Wonderful lift in the passage. Yeah, and you know, this horse is still so young. He's just 9 years old, and we have to bear that in mind. He isn't quite as established as some of the other combinations that we've seen so far today, and that really showed today in the balance and the fluency. But well ridden by Juan Diaz Garcia. You know, he has so much experience under his belt, and hopefully gave this horse confidence in the arena today. You know, he has so much to like. Plenty of power. Today, I just would have liked to have seen the horse a little bit more through and over the back. It just at times looked a bit hollow and lacking a little bit of that softness, you know, that showed through this right pirouette. But overall, a fairly nice job. You know, you can see Juan there giving him the support. And I think once this horse gets stronger as he gets older, it's for sure going to get better. A beautiful halt to finish. And it is a score of 66.174 for Juan Diaz Garcia and Torrao Azores. Scores ranging from 64 up to 67.9 there. Now we move on to our second combination for Switzerland. It is Dileia Eggenberger and Santa Maria. This is an 11-year-old mare. Sourced by Sandro Marinero. Their last time out was last month in Borgo Lacia. Probably said that completely wrong. The 3-star. They finished 4th in the Grand Prix there with 67.5 and finished 3rd in the special with 67.7. This combination competed at the Crozet Europeans last year, finished 44th individually. A very elegant mare, lovely and light-footed. Just needs to be sure that she keeps that regularity. She's got such a big stride, especially in front. Needs to be sure that all the steps are equal. Lovely there, super crossing in the half pass. Yeah, keep that. Not quite as fluent there to the left. A bit against the hand. You can see the mouth opening as she came into the halt. Yeah, again, some nice strides. But you can see because the mouth is opening, you'd like to see a bit more self-carriage, and she wasn't really quite able to let the frame extend there in the extension either. Lovely lift in the Piaf. Just needed a bit more fluency through that line. Look at that lift that this horse has in the passage. Lovely relaxation, really nice stretch. Just could do with a bit more shoulder freedom for the bigger marks. I always try and imagine a panther. You know how they prowl and you can see the whole body moving. It just doesn't really look like the mare is as soft through her shoulder. Keeping the march throughout though, and the walk, both double coefficients, so the extension and the collected walk. Yeah, again, just needs to be sure that they keep the balance. She has such great lift. She gets so far underneath in the Piaf. Just needs to be sure that she can keep the balance there and nicely on the aids up to the canter. That was a pity, a mistake there at the beginning, just popped in a 1. Better though, well corrected by Dileia. Some nice steps, could maybe have been a little braver, and again you'd like to see a bit more length in the frame there through the extension. Nice. Keep the balance. Yeah, just needs a bit more balance there. Lovely big ground covering changes. The jump. Yeah, got very slow towards the second half and lost the separation behind in one of those steps there in the canter pirouette. Keep the jump. Keep it coming. Yeah, chosen to ride that one a little bit bigger. Very sensible decision. Good riding from Dileia. Really showing her experience there. Such a lovely light-footed horse. I think the first mare actually that we've seen yet. Yeah, the first mare that we've seen so far in this competition. She has a lovely, elegant way. Could just be stiller in the contact there. And there we have it for Dileia Eggenberger for Switzerland. And the lovely Santa Maria. Again, a lovely young horse with a lot of expression. Plenty to like. Today could have been a little stiller to the contact. At times she had her mouth slightly open, but she has a beautiful crossing in the half pass. You can see how much lift she has in the Piaffe Passage. Just not always balanced all of the time. And sadly they had a little mistake in their first canter pirouette and in their first line, the two-time changes. But she's beautifully uphill, covers plenty of ground. Again, just lots to like. She's got all of the ingredients there. Look at that lift in the passage. Well ridden by Dileia. And a big smile on her face there to finish. And the score is 68.305%, and that puts her into 6th place so far. Moving on now. Netherlands. It is Dominique Fillion, and she is riding KHA Diva Corita Texel. Another mare, a KWPN, again 11 years old. Their last time out was for the 3-star in Exlua at the end of last month. This combination finished 18th in the Grand Prix there with 67.3, and then finished 7th in the special with 68.7. She also rode her other horse there, the Boss. Dominique, again another championship rider from the youth program, came up through ponies, juniors and young riders. Finished competing in young riders back in 2005. Clear crossing and some good reach through the half passes. And a lovely halt. Could have just held that immobility. The horse just coming a little bit against her hand there in the rein back, but a lovely move off. Tracking up well in the extension. Clear transitions shown. Nice transition into the PF. Slightly in two parts. Could just see one step where she travelled halfway through, but that was just to keep the activity. And now into the walk. Lovely relaxation, super stretch there. Really nice indeed. Good shoulder freedom, good ground cover. Yeah, nice. Really clear in the rhythm. Yeah, fairly nice in the PF. Could maybe just have a bit more engagement, a bit more sitting in the hind leg. Some nice changes, very clear, a little bit losing the straightness in that line. Nice, really covering the ground. The judges might want it a little bit more uphill, but she kept the jump, she showed risk, clear transitions. Keep the bend. Yeah, better. Very early to start her one-time changes. They're good. Yeah, very nice. And the only thing was, because she started them early, she finished them so early, and the judges would really like to see those changes right in the middle of that long diagonal line. So maybe slightly better placement needed, but yeah, kept the jump fairly well there through the canter pirouette. It was a little bit on the larger side, but she kept the jump, kept that separation, was clear in the bend. Again, same there, could have been more centered, but actually I think it's better to keep the jump and keep the canter than risk losing that for a smaller pirouette. Bit of swaying there, coming down that final center line, managing to keep the lift. And that was much more on the spot, but the swaying just came in slightly. But a super job from Dominique Fillion on this super hot day here in Lier. Everybody doing a really super job in this heat. A nice test from this pair. It was pretty fluent. Some nice work in the Piaffe, pretty nice transitions. Some good decisions and good riding from Dominique. Very well presented test. Clear transitions. And again, as the mare just gets a bit stronger, she'll be able to polish up and make those Piaffe Passage transitions a bit more fluent. 68.152% and into 7th place for Dominique Fillion. Another good score there for the Netherlands. One combination left to go in this first part of the Grand Prix. It is Rita Ralao Duarte and Irio. It's a 13-year-old Lusitano. Their last time out was in March for a 3-star in Frontera. They finished third in the Grand Prix with 68.2 and repeated that in the special that time with 67.8%. So Rita Ralao Duarte and Ero. This combination competed at the Paris Olympic Games, finished 44th individually. Yeah, nice there. She was very good to keep the tempo of the trot. She didn't rush the extension. Lovely regularity in the trot. Good positioning. Yeah, nice crossing. Lovely and uphill in the trot. A little bit early into the halt, but a good halt. And some pretty nice steps in the rein back. Yeah, the extension just needs a bit more from behind, but I think she does a good job because a lot of the time you see with these Spanish or Portuguese horses, they can rush the extension and then it just gets a little bit quick and a little bit hurried. Just be a bit more relaxed here in the walk. I'd like to see the horse be able to take a bit more stretch down to the bit. And that would allow for a bit more ground cover. Oh, that's a shame. What a pity there. Just a bit of a miscommunication up into the passage. It was super fluent in the first Piaffe Passage. The horse really able to take that weight. Needs to keep that regularity behind though there in the passage. Nicely done. Well ridden. Just one change where they lost a little bit of the balance, but otherwise very nice. Big ground covering changes. This horse staying really lovely in the frame throughout. Such a harmonious combination to watch. Looking nice and soft through those bend changes. Could maybe just bend a little bit more to the left. And now into the ones. Yeah, taking her time. It was very short behind in those first few changes. Now keep that jump. Yeah. Oh dear, it was just lost that separation behind in the second half. Keep the jump. Keep it coming. Yeah, better. Lost a bit of activity and lost that clear jumping behind, but it was certainly much better than the second. Sorry, than the first. So the final centre line for Rita Ralao Duarte. Nice. Super fluent. Keep that regularity behind. Yeah, better this time. And there we have it for our final rider of this first part of this Grand Prix here at the CDIO Lier. And it is our second combination for Spain in this Nations Cup Grand Prix. 12 combinations have been. And we are 3 riders off, so just over halfway through our second rider rotation. Some lovely work here though from Rita. Such a lovely horse with gorgeous presence. He's so lovely and light-footed. Needs to watch the regularity sometimes in the passage, but really nice through the piaffe. Was a bit short in some of his one-time changes behind today, which was fairly costly, and the canter pirouettes unfortunately cost them a few marks today too. But a really harmonious combination to watch. A lot to like indeed. You can just see them there, just lost that jump and the balance in that canter pirouette. So we take a 15-minute break. Hopefully we'll be able to bring you the score. It is 66.283 there for Rita and Iro. That's for Portugal. That puts her into 10th place. So at the moment, in terms of teams, it is Great Britain out in the lead, Portugal in second and Switzerland in third, but Belgium and Germany and Sweden still to go in the second rider rotation. Us back in around 15 minutes time for our next combination. We'll be starting at 3 minutes past 3.
faces of the sun were sweet, I didn't think I let it in my eyes. Like an exotic dream, the radio playing songs that I have never heard. I don't know what to say. Oh, not another word, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world, just la 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 la. It goes around the world, just la 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 la. It's all around the world.
Welcome back to part 2 of the CDIO Lier Nations Cup. Here it is 28 degrees. Very, very sunny, very warm. But as you can see from the flags there, a nice breeze as well. In this Nations Cup, Great Britain, who are currently in the lead. Portugal, who are currently in second, Switzerland currently in third, the Netherlands currently in fourth, and then Belgium and Germany, Sweden and Spain. We are halfway through our second rider rotation. So combinations still to go for Belgium, Germany, Sweden and Spain. Sorry, Spain have actually had their first rider. They've only got 3 in their team. So just 3 riders left to go of the second rider rotation. And Belgium are up first. Some great performances so noon. Still plenty more to go. Got 13 combinations coming forward in this part 2, and then part 3 will be starting at 5:15. So now it is the turn of Charlotte Defalque, and she is riding First Step Valentin. It's a 14-year-old Westphalian stallion. Previously ridden by teammate Lissa Pauluis. Charlotte herself, a championship rider, rode Botticelli at the recent European Championships in Closé. But this is this combination's 3rd international Grand Prix. They started in Lier back in February, where they finished 5th in the Grand Prix, 69.8. They then went to the Nations Cup in Fontainebleau just a few weeks ago, where they finished 22nd with 68.239. A very new combination, but what a schoolmaster for this young lady. This horse has so much experience under his belt. Lovely and uphill here through the trot work. Nice crossing there. Just be a little more fluent. You can see the horse playing slightly with the bit. Like to see a bit more self-carriage. Good bend through there and a super halt. Yeah, good correction. You could see he just dropped the pole slightly and Charlotte was really on it. Good there in the frame. Could have a little bit more pushing power from the hind legs in the extension, but a really clear difference and good transitions. You can already see the difference between this performance and that of a few weeks ago in Fontainebleau. Already looking more polished. Yeah, the Piaffe looking much more secure. Needs a bit more balance in the transitions. But yeah, looking good there through the passage. Super relaxed here in the walk. Taking a good stretch, really nice walk steps, good ground cover, really nicely marching, very nicely done. You know, if you can get a good walk in both the extended and the collected walk, it can really, really boost your marks. Both are double coefficients, and if you get one or other or both wrong, it can be very, very expensive. And when you're talking 1 or 2 or even half a mark between a medal and no medal at championships, it really does all make a difference. And keep that regularity. Much better transition in, really nice balance there. Now keep that fluency and that balance coming out. Yeah, better. You know, it's still all about these two learning each other's way of riding, each other's buttons. He was ridden for so many years by Larissa. Larissa we will be seeing later on in this class. She is the 3rd rider for Belgium. Nice changes there, a little bit of swaying, but the changes are really covering the ground nicely. Well, she definitely took risk there. Lost a little bit of the uphill tendency, but a very, very clear difference shown. And yeah, nice collection there through the corner. That corner, well, all corners are so crucial, but I think that is one of the most crucial ones. You really need that balance set up well, because you're coming straight onto the centre line and immediately then asking for the half pass. You know, when you come around the corner for the canter pirouettes, at least in this test, you've got a little bit of the centre line that if the balance isn't quite right, you've got a bit more time to correct it. The changes behind a little bit short there to the left. Yeah, good preparation. Nice. Nicely ridden from Charlotte. Yeah, started a little big and then really tightened it up beautifully. Good balance, really clear in the bend. Yeah, nice riding from Charlotte. You can see the horse bringing its quarters slightly in just before she asked for the canter pirouette, but on the whole, it was fairly good balance. Again there, nice lengthening of the frame as she lengthens the strides as well. Yeah, this is looking so much more polished than Fontainebleau. She should be really, really proud of herself to make such a big difference in just a few weeks' time. It gives you so much hope then, doesn't it? That if you can make that much difference in just a few short weeks. You know, we've got the World Championships in Aachen later this year. They're going to be much more together for then. Charlotte Defalque and the lovely First Step Valentin for Belgium. A really, really lovely combination. Much more harmony today from this pair. They're really getting to know each other. Still could have had the contact a little bit quieter, but overall, a really, really lovely job. much more fluent today. Really good work in the canter. And you can see her making those decisions because she knows the horse so much better. Good through the lines of changes. And, you know, she was able to start that canter pirouette a little bit bigger and then bring it in to make it more centered. A really, really good job and great riding from Charlotte. And you know that there's still more to come. Belgium looking really strong at the moment, and I think that smile says it all. It is a 69.848 for Charlotte Defalque and first step of Valentin. So let's see what that does to Team Belgium. That puts them into the lead with still 2 teams left to have their second rider. Team Spain only bringing forward 3 riders, so they'll catch up after the 3rd rider rotation when we have a drop score. Right, next up, and already coming down the centre line, it is Rebecca Maelon and Johnny Walker BCN. This is a 12-year-old KWPN, a gelding by Johnson. Last time out was in Hagen last month. They finished 6th in the Grand Prix there with 69.4% and 8th in the Special with 68.0%. Very striking horse. Just losing a little bit of the throughness there in the half pass. Yeah, you'd like to see a bit more self-carriage there. Just looks like he's pulling a little bit into the rain. Slightly dragging there in the rain back, but a lovely move off. A lovely light-footed horse. Nice activity there in the passage. Yeah, super lift in the piaffe. Yeah, nicely done. Fluent transitions. Keeping that regularity, yeah. And then straight into a nice walk. Really marching, taking a good stretch. The horse clearly tracking up. Yeah, well corrected. Just one little step there. Yeah, nice. Well ridden by Rebecca. Just one little step where they lost the regularity and she corrected it beautifully. Very secure through those 2 time changes. Nice changes. Covering good ground. Clear difference shown in the extension. Losing a bit of straightness there through the change at the end. Keep the balance. Yeah, just losing a little bit of balance there. She needs to get it back there through that short side and that corner. Yeah, fairly good through the ones. There was just one where he changed together behind. That jump. Just generally I'd like to see the horse in a little bit more self-carriage. You can see the mouth opening slightly every now and again. Just feels like he's being held slightly there rather than really being able to hold himself, and that's sometimes where the balance goes a little bit off as well. And that is it for Sweden's Rebecca Maelon and Johnny Walker, BCN. Some lovely work through the test. As I said, I'd just like to have seen a little bit more self-carriage, but a very lovely horse indeed. Super work through the Piaffe Passage today. A really, real highlight for this combination. Clear changes. Lost a little bit of the balance today through that canter zigzag. It's their first Nations Cup, and actually their first 4-star. Yep, their first 4-star together. And it is a 69.218%, and that puts them into 5th place at the moment. So one rider left to go for the second rider rotation, and it is of course Germany. Let's see what that does for Sweden as well. So that puts Sweden into 3rd place at the moment, just behind Great Britain. So Germany into the arena now, and it is Tobias Nabben, and he is riding Foster 16. This is a 10-year-old, gelding by Finest, Hanoverian. This is only their third ever international together. They competed here in Lier back in February for the 3-star, where they finished 7th with 69.6, then went on to finish 3rd in the special with 69.6. They then competed in Hagen last month, coming 12th with 69.1 in the Grand Prix and 7th with 70.5 in this special. Very elegant horse. Beautifully light fitted. Just a little bit of a head tilt there coming into the half pass, but really nice in the crossing. Better this way. That's a shame. Just lost the balance there, a step forward in before the rein back. Yeah, nice. Clearly over tracking through the extension. Very clear transitions. He's able to lengthen the frame as well in the extension. Keeping good regularity, good transition into the Piaf, and some nice steps here. That makes a really lovely picture. Yeah, good balance through those transitions. Nicely done. In the walk on over track. Maybe just have a little bit more activity there in the extended walk. Nice pickup. Really clear in the rhythm through both the extended walk and the collected walk. This horse really nicely on the aids through the transitions. Really smooth transitions there. Nicely ridden. You can see the score really creeping up now. Yeah, nice changes, lovely and uphill. Nicely on the aids. Everything so far looking beautifully harmonious. Ooh. Needed to get straight there before they started the half pass, but actually managed to correct that well and pretty good balance now. Yeah, just needed one more stride on the centre line. You can see he had plenty of room down this end, just started a little bit too quick. Nice changes. Could just have been a little bit more open in the neck. You can see the neck actually swings a little bit in the changes, so that could be straighter, but the changes themselves really nice. Keep the jump. Losing a bit of the uphill tendency in the canter pirouette. Yeah, he keeps the separation. They're just a little bit on the bigger side. That's the first transition that hasn't been perfectly smooth. All the rest have been super. So much to like from this combination. Lovely lift there in the passage. Keep the energy coming. Yeah. Nice. Again, good transitions. Really lovely riding from Tobias Nabben and the lovely Forster 16. A really, really lovely partnership to watch. The first time I've seen this combination. And what a great job they've done. A really lovely light-footed elastic horse. Plenty of highlights, especially in the PF Passage. Lovely and uphill through the trot work. Lost a little bit of the uphill tendency in some of the canter work, especially those canter pirouettes. But really super balance generally throughout the test. Just needs to get those canter pirouettes a little bit more uphill and a little bit more centered, but overall a really super job from this pair. The contact was lovely throughout this test and the horse stayed in a good frame. Lots to like there, so we just wait for a score to come through. I'm sure it's going to be in the 70s. What have they scored so far? 69 and 69. It's looking like it's going to be a PB. It is 71.152, and that puts them into individual second place. And it also puts Germany into second place as well, just behind Belgium. Now we move on to our first rider of the third rider rotation. It is, of course, back to Great Britain. Sadi Smith in the arena now with Swanmore Dantina, an 11-year-old mare, British Hanoverian. They competed together in 2022 in the 7-year-old World Breeding Championships, finished 5th there in the final. Their last time out was in Hagen in April. Finished 3rd in the Grand Prix with 71.6 and 5th in the freestyle with 76.38. Lovely, elegant, light-footed mare. Beautiful positioning there in the half pass. Really nice and supple. super hold. She could have held the immobility for a little bit longer, but that was a beautiful rein back as well. Super. Looking really, really nice so far. Keep the activity. Yeah, quite a bit of travelling there through the Piaffe. I think the passage generally could just have been a little bit more closed. And lovely into the walk, taking a super stretch. Could just have had a little bit more ground cover, but overall she's kept the march, taken a good stretch. She has the ability to really sit. It's just not quite established enough there in the Piaffe for the big marks. But very clever riding from Sadi. Lovely up into the canter. On a side note, she has the most beautiful tail. Lovely into these changes. Beautifully straight, lovely and uphill. Yeah, very well ridden. Nice. Yeah, staying beautifully uphill through the extension, taking a good risk. And then nice balance coming round the corner and into the half passes. Really clear in the bend. Lovely control from Sadi. Lovely. Not the biggest, most ground covering changes, but it flowed beautifully. They were nice and uphill, all very correct. Again, super harmony. Yeah, again, riding them a little bit on the larger side, but kept the jump, kept the rhythm and the canter. Final centre line now. Yeah, definitely some of the best Piaffe there in that final one at X. And lovely and light in this final passage. A beautiful test from Sadi Smith. Swanmore Dantina for Great Britain. Some really, really strong work. So many highlights in the test today. But I think what stood out to me the most was the harmony between these two. Such a lovely combination to watch. Very, very elegant. Today it was just the Piaf that lost them some marks. But it was great to see the Piaf develop as the test went on. The highlights really coming through in those lines of changes. The lovely balance in the canter zigzag. Pirouettes just lost a little bit of the uphill tendency, and they were a little bit on the larger side, but very clever riding from Sadi. A very polished performance from this pair. Now we know it's going to put Great Britain into the lead because it is the first rider of the third rider rotation, but individually Sadi goes into second place with 71.239%. It is still Wim Verwimp who is in the lead individually with 71.63. So now we move on to our second rider of the Spanish team, Francisco Benit Sanchez, and he is riding Lord Platinum. This is a 10-year-old KWPN, a gelding by Ferguson out of a Bretton Woods mare. Their last time out was actually at the European Championships back in August last year in Crozet. They finished 57th there in the Grand Prix with 63%. Before that they were scoring around 67, 68, 69. So a little bit of a while outside the whiteboards for this combination, so great to see them back. With a lot of expression, just needs to keep the balance there. It's a little bit quick and therefore the balance is just affected. Actually, that was a pretty nice hold, just dropping the pole slightly in the contact there in the rein back, but a lovely move off. Oh yeah. Yeah, you could kind of see that starting to happen. I think it just needs a little bit of expression taken out and a little bit more softness put in. Nice steps in the piaffe. Keep it. Keep the regularity. Sorry, just had a little bit of a connection issue there. Sorry, just having a few little problems with the connection there. Doing our best to sort that out for you. So into the canter tour now. Some nice changes. Just needs to be a little bit more open in the frame, but some really lovely changes that cover plenty of ground. Yeah, a big extended canter. Now, it's going to have to really think about the balance coming around this corner and into the canter half passes. Yeah, the sideways was a little bit better towards the end of the line. But clear changes of bend. No, the ones. So clear changes, quite a bit of swaying, but they were all clean. Again, would like to see a bit more balance through the canter pirouettes. Keep that jump. Yeah, just again losing the balance there. Yeah, again, plenty of lift. And a nice transition into the piaffe, losing a bit of the energy there. A little reminder from Francisco. And there we have it for Francisco. Benit Sanchez for Spain. And Lord Platinum. Their first outing out since the European Championships last year. Today, for me, it just lacked a bit of balance. There was plenty of expression in there, but slightly sacrificed that throughness and softness. Sometimes was just a little bit too quick, and you can see this horse has so much expression and so much talent, but today I think it just needed to ask a little bit less to actually get a little bit more. This horse so extremely willing and beautiful, and he has everything there. It is a 68.305%, and that puts him into 10th place at the moment. Charlotte Lenherr next into the arena for Switzerland. She is riding De Torre. This is a 13-year-old Oldenburg, a stallion by Desperado out of a De Niro mare. Rode this horse at the Crozet Europeans last year, finished 55th individually. Last time out for them was in Onago 3-star. Back in March, they finished third in the Grand Prix with 69.022 and third also in the special with 69%. She was actually born in England, moved to Germany at 20 and lived there for 16 years. Trained with Conrad Schumacher and then relocated to Switzerland to live with her husband. Lovely entry. Very impressive looking horse. Some nice steps there in the extension. Keeping consistent tempo. Had a little bit more pushing power if we're being picky. Lovely reach. So keep that bend. Yeah, both half passes started beautifully with the bend, and then the bend just kind of faded as she got closer and closer to the track. Oh, that's a shame, just resting that right hind. Nice. I felt like the extension could have had a little bit more engagement and the horse could really just put those hind legs a little bit more underneath him, and I wasn't expecting him to be so much more engaged in the Piaffe Passage. That was really nice. Some nice steps in the walk, the horse clearly tracking up, taking that stretch down. It's a little hesitant to start, but actually then took a really lovely contact. Keeping good regularity. Oh, just one little double tap behind there, but nice overall. Staying in a nice contact as well. That's a shame. It didn't look completely straight going into that first change. and then wasn't quite on her aids. Well corrected though, because the line got better as she went on. Some nice steps. Could maybe just have been a little braver there. Good crossing. Yeah, good balance. Nicely ridden. Yeah, good clean one-time changes as well. Just sometimes in the canter, he creeps a little bit pole deep. Just every now and again. So really thinking about keeping the pole up at the highest point. Yeah, keeping the canter nicely through the canter pirouette. Yeah, was better centered in that second pirouette there. Again, another combination with really beautiful harmony between the two. Such a lovely horse, so much power, but keeping that elegance. Lovely and uphill to finish for Charlotte Lenherr, and the wonderful Dettori for Switzerland. A really lovely performance from this pair. Some really lovely moments, very fluent throughout. The canter zigzag, a real highlight. Some nice work through the Piaf Passage. He has such lovely lift. Just that little mistake at the beginning of the two-time changes, which would have been quite expensive. So I think it's going to be around 70% for this combination, which would be a really good score for Switzerland. Lovely polished performance there from Charlotte. And it is a 70.131%. And that puts Charlotte into 4th place. A great score for Switzerland. So now moving on to the Netherlands. Sophie Reef riding Gideon KH. This is a 14-year-old KWPN gelding by Rhodium out of a Crack C mare. This rider has competed at under 25 Grand Prix back in 2024, riding Charming Lady. Picked up a team bronze there. Has been riding this horse through under 25 Grand Prix since the beginning of last year, but has only recently started riding at senior level just in November 2025. Last time out was in Exlu in May, so just a couple of weeks ago for the 3-star there. They scored 68.9 for 14th place in the Grand Prix and 69.8 for 5th place in the Special. A nice test so far. Really nice immobility and good steps in the rein back. Really taking her time through that. And straight away into a nice uphill extension. Clear transitions shown. And straight away into a lovely lift in the passage. Keep the regularity, yeah. Just slightly opening in the mouth there. You'd like to see the mouth stiller through the piaffe and passage here. Yeah, a little double beat coming in. You can see the amount of lift this horse has, which is so super. Just want to see it with a little bit more regularity and softness in the contact. Good stretch. Just tracking up. The judges would want to see a bit more ground cover there. The horse really willing to take that stretch down and out. Nice transition up. Now keep that regularity. Lovely fluent transition into the piaffe. Again, he has such a great ability to really sit. Yeah, really fluent transitions there, well ridden. And straight through these 2-time changes. Yeah, well ridden. Again, could just be a little bit more uphill for an extra mark, but nicely performed. Good placement on the diagonal line. Again, here you'd really want to see the contact a lot more still. And now into the ones. Yeah, well ridden. They were a little bit quick, but they were all clean and clear. Now keep the balance. Balance just a little bit on the shoulder coming around that corner. She needs to get the engagement, get him back on his hind legs. Yeah, well done. Really well done. Nicely ridden through the canter pirouette. Yeah, you can see how beautifully he can sit and come around. Yeah, just needs to be careful not to climb there. But that first canter pirouette was really well done. Keeping that energy down this final centre line. Nice. Again, super fluent in the transition. Beautifully on the spot in the piaffe. Really smooth transitions. There we have it for Sophie Reef and Gideon KH for the Netherlands. A lovely performance from this pair. Would just like to have seen the contact looking more still. At times he had his mouth open. And just affects the picture slightly. This horse previously ridden by Juliette Rommel from Sweden. So plenty of experience from this horse. It's great to see this young rider getting such a wonderful schoolmaster. What an experience for her. But real highlights in the piaffe passage and the canter pirouettes today. As I say, it's just the contact that let them down slightly and would have lost them some marks today. But look, this horse really does have such a great ability to sit and take the weight. Really beautiful fluent transitions with the piaffe passage, and it is a score of 69.696%, and that is enough to put them into 7th place at the moment. That's actually their personal best for Senior Grand Prix, which is great to see. Now, moving on to one of our individual riders from Australia. It is Warick McClean and Le Special. This is a 10-year-old KWPN, a gelding Bly grey flannel out of Asa Oldenburg mare. Last time out they competed in Aachen earlier this month in the 3-star. They finished 17th there with 66.3%, 12th in the special with 66.5%. Beautiful horse. Nice positioning there in the half pass, good crossing. Lovely and uphill. have been more direct down into the transition into the halt. He was just a little bit hesitant in the rein back. Keeping a good rhythm there in the passage. Quite a bit of travelling there in the Piaffe. There was no clear transition in, but did keep the activity throughout. Warick was due to start at the Munich 5-star last weekend and sadly was in a mad traffic incident on the way there. Luckily, no injuries caused to him or any of the horses. So great to see him back out here and competing this weekend. I'm glad to see that nobody was harmed. Again, a bit of travelling there. You can just, it just needs to have the hind legs a little bit more underneath it. Generally in the trot work, he needs a bit more engagement, and that would really help with the Piaffe passage. Nice into these twos. Yeah, all clean and clear, covering nice ground. Clear risk taken through the extension. Now, rebalance as they come round the corner. Screen just froze there for a second, but the ones that I saw were good. Just losing the straightness there, going into the canter pirouette. Keep the jump, yeah. Need to see a bit more preparation coming in, keeping the horse straight. Again, you can see a bit of quarters in going into the canter pirouette. Yeah, nicely ridden through the extension. So coming down to finish their test It is Warick McClean and Liz Special for Australia. I've got two representatives of Australia here in this competition. A really international crowd. Some lovely work through the test. Horse nice and uphill. Shows plenty of expression and a lovely contact. Just quite a bit of travelling through the Piaffe today. Generally, you'd like to see a bit more engagement, and that would really help him getting those Piaffes more on the spot. And again, just keeping those canter pirouettes a little bit more centred. But a really good job, well ridden by Warick. A lovely horse. And the score is in. It is 68.196. That puts them into 14th place individually. Obviously, no team for Australia with just two representatives. We now move on to our third rider for Portugal. Is Joao Pedro Moreira and draws a first Kennedy OLD. This is a 10-year-old Oldenburg, a stallion by first and look out of Don Kennedy mare. They had a win last time out in Aachen for the 3-star earlier this month, 71.4. Finished fourth in the special with 70.48. Also competed on the Fontainebleau Nations Cup. Finished 23rd there in the Grand Prix with 67.7. And 10th in the freestyle with 73.7. Joe is a keen footballer. And was part of the youth academy at Football Club Sporting Club de Portugal in Lisbon. Moved to Germany in 2013 and played at senior state level. Lovely move off there after the halt. Again, another beautiful horse. Really nice in front. Could just do with a little bit more pushing power from the hind leg. Well caught. Could see he had a little spook before coming in. Loved how Joe just caught that, gave him the reassurance, and then carried on still so softly. Beautifully uphill in those half passes. just could have been more direct there into the halt. Dragging the legs back, but a nice move off. Yeah, you can see, I mean, he just covers an enormous amount of ground. I'd just like to see a little bit more underneath from the hind leg to really match that foreleg. Lovely there in the passage. Keep the diagonal pairs. There, lovely in the passage. Just needed to keep the rhythm in the piaffe there. Straight away into a lovely relaxed walk. Taking a lovely stretch. Horse really seeking the bit. Nice shoulder freedom. And a big, big stride. So thinking about keeping the rhythm. Yeah, slightly better than the first. It's just that last step that wasn't entirely diagonal. He really does have a great ability to sit, this horse. Beautifully straight there through the two-time changes. Yeah, lovely. Really, really nice through that line. Beautifully uphill, nice and off the ground. Again, really covering the ground there through the extension. Could maybe just have opened the frame just a teeny tiny bit more. Lovely balancing coming round onto the centre line. Lacking a little bit of bend there, especially to the left. Just dropping the pole slightly there around the corner. Don't know, actually, he may have been looking because he accidentally just kicked the board. He may have just been looking at the board there because he hasn't dropped the pole any other time. Lovely and uphill through the canter pirouette. Keeping the jump. Yeah. Yeah, beautifully uphill through those. Again, just needs to be sure that he keeps the bend, but overall really nice through those. Yeah, and actually the canter's improved the extension. Still would like to see a bit more from behind. That was better than the first two. Droza first, Kennedy, OLD, and Joao Pedro Moreira for Portugal, finishing their test. What a beautiful stallion. So much to like from this pair. They've had some good results recently. And I think it's going to be another good result again today. He's beautifully uphill. And Joao did a really nice job through the test. Some lovely work in the passage today. The Piaf just needed to make sure that he remained regular. Lovely through the lines of changes and the canter pirouettes. The canter tour generally was generally very nice. Such an uphill horse. Really finds it easy to sit and take that weight through the hind leg. A well presented test. Needed a bit more engagement through the extension, but a lovely job. Having a little chat there to Martin van der Heijden. 69.13% and into 10th for Joao. That's going to give Portugal a little boost as well. That puts them up into second place behind Great Britain. So at the moment, Great Britain in second, Switzerland in third, Netherlands in fourth. Still, we have Belgium, Germany, Sweden and Spain to have their third riders. So now another combination for Australia coming forward. It is William Matthew. He is riding FEI 43. She is a chestnut mare, an 11-year-old by First Wilhelm out of Aljango 2. Their last time out was just a couple of weeks ago for the Aachen 3-star. Finished 14th in both the Grand Prix and the Special with 67.0 and 65.8. Fairly new combination. Only been together since the beginning of this year. William competed at the Paris Olympics on Mysterious Star. Finished 35th in the Grand Prix and 23rd in the Special. Really lovely reach through the half pass. Yeah, nicely done. Good crossing, good reach, staying in a nice contact, and a good square halt. Little bit of dragging in the rein back. Lovely there in the frame, really lengthening the stride as well as the frame. Just again could have done with a little bit more engagement. The PF was slightly in two parts, but he did well to maintain the activity It was just a little bit flat. William actually moved to Europe in 2021 when he was 17 years old and was a working student for Kate Malby in Cornwall in Great Britain. And then he went back to Australia and after 6 months managed to save enough money to move to Germany to work for Hayley Beresford. He then went to Warick McClean, who we saw a couple of riders ago, and worked for Warick for 5 years. He now works for Isabel Vert 50% of his time, and the other 50% he works for himself. Plenty of influential people there in his life. What a lucky young guy. Lovely there in the Passage. Yeah, good through the twos, really lovely and straight. Good ground cover. Really clear transitions shown. Quite a long horse as well, and generally a little bit more difficult to keep the engagement and to keep that connection, but William doing a good job. Keep the balance there. Getting clear through the one-time changes. Could just have been a little bit more uphill for the bigger marks. Good preparation. Yeah, really nice preparation there. Good. Really nicely centered. Separation, keep the jump. Nice energy here down this final centre line. A real shame they couldn't have found a third rider to complete in a team for Australia. Simone Pearce, where are you? But no, great to see two riders from Australia here. Of course, both based in Europe, but still great to see that representation. And there we have it for William Matthew and FEI 43. Still very early on in their careers together, but already making a nice partnership. Some highlights there, especially through the canter pirouettes. He rode a really nice test, very precise, nice and accurate. Definitely the trot half passes were a highlight. Just needed a little bit more lift and activity through the piaffe, but again, highlights through the canter tempi changes and the zigzag. It's quite a long horse, as I said, and much harder to keep that engagement and connection, but he did a great job. This canter pirouette especially was very nice indeed, beautifully centered, lovely and uphill, very, very well ridden. So our second rider for Australia. And it is a 67.087, finishing in 17th so far. So we've just got 3 riders left before we go into our break, and that will then mean that after our break we'll be on to the 3rd rider rotation. So we move on to a combination now for Belgium. Lissa Pauluis, and she is riding Flambeau, Pien, gelding by Empire, Damline Zeolit. This pair have achieved so much together, competed together at the Crozet European Championships, finished 14th in the freestyle, 11th in the special, 15th in the Grand Prix. Also competed at the Europeans in Rosenbeck in 2023, as well as the World Cup finals in 2025 and the Olympics in both Tokyo and in Paris. So a very established combination. Last time out was for the Fontainebleau Nations Cup last month. They finished 6th in the Grand Prix with 73.02. and 6th again in the freestyle with 77.9%. Was losing a little bit of her normal flair and fluency through those half passes. Could have done with just a little bit more bend into a softer contact. A super halt there though. Good steps in the rein back. This is where this pair normally do very well, through the piaffe passage. Really clear in the rhythm. Lovely steps in the piaffe. Yeah, just lost the balance for one step there on the transition back into the passage. But keeping really good in the rhythm. And straight into the extended walk. A little bit slow to take that contact down and out and to get that relaxation in the extended walk. Better there towards the end. lovely. Really good fluency. Good transitions. Lovely big changes. Covering the ground nicely. Lovely and uphill. Yeah. Really going for it in the extended canter. Keep that uphill tendency to the end. Yeah, just went a little bit onto the shoulder those last few steps before the change. Larissa doing a good job there, keeping the balance through the canter zigzag and then taking a time coming onto this long diagonal for the one-time changes. All one together behind there. Yeah, well recovered. Losing a little bit of the jump there through the canter pirouettes. And just affected the throughness slightly. Still some nice steps, but not the best ones that we've seen from this combination. Nice there through the extension. Larissa really able to lengthen the stride and the frame nicely. Lovely lift there in the passage. Super nice transition, keeping the straightness. Beautifully on the spot, lovely lift. Super regular. You can see this score really pushing back up now. And there we have it for Lissa Pauluis and the lovely flambeau for Belgium. Our third rider to go for the Belgium team. Still Justin Verboemen and Zonic Plus to come. But now we can watch the highlights for Larissa. Such an established team. This pair really have been through so much together. Real highlights, as always, in the Piaffe Passage from this pair today. Beautifully on the spot. Showed great power through the extensions. A nice balance, good riding from Larissa through the canter zigzag. Kept the energy throughout the test, and I think it will be enough to put Larissa into individual first, and that will probably put Belgium into the lead as well. It is 73.522%, so that puts Larissa into first place individually and the Belgium team into first place as well. Scores of 71.63 from 73.848 from Charlotte Defalque, and now from Lissa Pauluis at 73.522. So they go ahead of Great Britain, who currently sit in second, Switzerland in third, Portugal in fourth, the Netherlands in fifth. So now we have a rider for Sweden, Tinne Vilhelmson Silfven and Hyatt. Again, another rider with so much experience under her belt. She rides this 13-year-old KWPN mare by Apache out of Sanrio. Their last time out was in Aachen earlier this month for the 3-star. They finished 8th there in the Grand Prix, 69.3%, and 5th in the Special with 69.1%. This pair competed at the Crozet Europeans last year. Tinne competed in Olympics right the way back to 92. In Barcelona 96, in Atlanta 2000, Sydney, Athens 2004, Beijing 2008, London 2012 and Rio 2016. Rain back there just a little bit on her hand. Tracking up well though there in the extension. Through the passage. Just a little bit of the balance, but well corrected. She's just got a little bit croup high, but the steps in the second half looked really nice. You know, that's where the experience really pays off. You know, she knew to come back and to just get that Piaf to then hopefully give the mare confidence in the next two. And it's always good to leave it on a good note. Good relaxation there through the extended walk. I'd just like to see a little bit more ground cover. The mare's nice and active. That's a pity. Just lost the rhythm there in the passage. Again, making a good recovery. Lovely transition back to the passage there from the Piaf. Just not quite on her aids in that penultimate change there. The rest was looking good. Nice. Again, could just be a little bit more uphill, but clear transitions. A definite difference shown in the extension. Yeah, all clear ones. Nice and straight on the diagonal line as well. As she comes down for the canter pirouettes. Yeah, it was a nice canter pirouette. Could have had a little bit more bend. I think that would have helped her going into the canter pirouette as well. Just started a little bit straight. Better this way. Again, they're just lacking a little bit of bend towards the end. Better going into it though. So finishing up their test for Sweden, Tinne Vilhelmson Silfven and Hyatt. Their third rider. She began riding age 7. Spends a lot of her time, well, a lot of her winters in Wellington in Florida. Some lovely moments through the test. Just today, a couple of little interruptions as you could see there in the first Piaffe. Tinne really showing her experience today. But some highlights in the canter. Really lovely through the canter zigzag and good through the lines of changes. Just lost a little bit of the bend through the canter pirouettes. Just had a little blip in the passage as well before the second Piaffe, but you know, she really shows her experience. It doesn't faze her at all. It is a score of 67.37%, and that puts her individually into 18th place and moves Sweden up to 6th place with scores of 66.8, 69.2 and 67.3. So one last rider to go before we head into a break and our fourth rider rotation. So it is the turn now of Thomas Wagner and Escala's Emil, FRH, and 11-year-old Hanoverian gelding by Escala. Their last time out was at the beginning of the month in Mannheim for the 4-star. They finished third in the Grand Prix with 70.6% and second in the special with 71.2%. Had a double win in Lier in February with 70.5 in the Grand Prix and 71.6 in the special. Very powerful, impressive horse. Good crossing through the half passes. A bit early there into the halt. It's fairly square and he really takes his time there before asking for the rein back. Just a little bit hesitant at times. Especially there in the move off. Better there coming into the extension, much more on the aids. Keeping good regularity there. Been a little bit more on the spot for the bigger marks. Really nice there in the extended walk, some good steps. Could have a little bit more ground cover for the bigger marks, but you can see that he's willing to take the stretch. Really nice relaxation. Yeah, keeping the diagonal pairs through the piaffe. Just could be generally a little bit more fluent. With a little bit more balance maybe. Lovely here in the canter. Also has lovely hind leg there, lots of push. Yeah, nice through the changes. Lovely. Huge ground cover. Just losing a little bit of the balance there towards the end of the canter zigzag. But some nice sideways steps, and you can clearly see the bend both ways. Coming into the ones now. Oh, that's a real shame. Well corrected. Yeah, finished on a good few one times. Just a few too many mistakes, sadly. Yeah, fairly nice control through the canter pirouette. Keep the jump. Just needs to keep the separation, just sometimes jumping together behind. lovely there in the passage. This horse's real highlight is the passage. Really keeps that lovely rhythm. As he comes to the end of the test, it is Thomas Wagner and Escolas Emil FRH last to go in this second part of the Grand Prix for this 4-Star Nations Cup. And we finish our third rider rotation. Only Spain that have had 2 riders because they've only got a 3-man team. But we wait to see what that does to Germany's overall score. Currently they are sitting in 7th, but that's only because they've only got 2 scores at the moment. They've currently got 68.3 and 71.1% on the scoreboard. So we wait to see the score of Thomas, to see what that is going to do to Germany's overall score. Some really lovely work through the test, especially, as I said, in the passage. Really lovely big ground covering changes. Sadly, a couple of mistakes in the 1-times today for this combination. Let's wait and see the score. It is 68.087%, and that puts him into individual 18th. That moves Germany up into 3rd place. So heading into the last rider rotation, it is Belgium out in the lead with a total of 215 points. Then Great Britain in second with 210.2. Germany in third with 207.6. So join us back in around 15 minutes time as we welcome Susan Pape into the arena for Great Britain at 5:15 local time. We have the last rider rotation as well as a individual rider too. So join us back in around 15 minutes time for the third and final part of this Grand Prix.
this outrageous man became louder and louder.
Hello and a warm welcome back to the third and final part of the CDIO 4-Star Nations Cup here in Lier. You've joined us for... At the moment, it is Belgium who are taking the top spot in the team with a total score of 215. Great Britain and Germany currently in second and third. But we head in now to our third rider rotation. And getting us underway, it is Great Britain's Susan Pape. And she is riding Harmony's Galiatana. This is a 15-year-old KWPN mare by Jazz out of a Fleming mare. Their last time out was actually in Wellington in Florida in February. They finished fourth in the Grand Prix out there with 70.6. Fourth again in the freestyle with 77.8. She's been concentrating on her other ride, Harmony's V Plus, in Hagen and in Hamburg so far this year. Lovely, and uphill through the half passes. Plenty of cadence there. Nice crossing. Squared up into the halt. Fairly nice steps in the rein back and then a good move off. Nice extension, really clear in the transitions. On the spot, smooth transitions. The first two steps were a little bit earthbound, but she corrected that beautifully. Nice there in the walk. Clearly over tracking. The mare taking a good stretch. Cheeky bit of music choice here because it's when I'm 64 and Susan is actually 64 years old. Nicely ridden through the Piaf Passage. Yeah, beautiful mare, really nicely on the aids. Everything looking lovely and soft. Good 2 time changes. Could maybe have just been a little more uphill. the same in the extension. Really clear strides, clear transitions, but just could have been a little more uphill for the bigger marks. But everything, as I said, looking really soft, really harmonious. Yeah, just needed a little bit more balance at times through the canter zigzag there. Lovely. Yeah, super easy, super clear. Yeah, keeping the jump well through the canter pirouettes. Lovely down this final centre line, beautifully straight, nicely on the spot, keeping really clear in the rhythm. There we have it, Susan Pape and the lovely harmonies Gilalanta. The fourth and final score for Great Britain. Definitely a combination that are going to be looking for that fourth spot on the team for the World Championships later this year. It really could be anybody's. I'm sure that most of the team here in this Nations Cup will be looking to take that fourth spot. But a beautiful Susan, a lovely mare, stayed in a lovely contact throughout. Beautiful through the trot, really established through the Piaffe Passage, some lovely transitions. Could just have done with a bit more uphill tendency in some of the canter work today, but a really lovely, soft, harmonious performance from this pair. So we just wait for the score to come through. Of course, it will put Great Britain up because we now decide who is the drop score. So most teams have had 3 riders go. It is 72.065%, and that puts Susan into individual second place. So if we look now at Great Britain, it will be Laura Tomlinson who is the drop score. We have 3 scores over 70% now. 70.0 from Lewis, 71.2 from Sadi, and now 72.0 from Susan. So that still puts them behind Belgium, but puts them in a really solid spot for the rest of the competition. It is now the turn of Spain though. Juan Antonio Jimenez Kobo, and he is riding Quartar. This is a 12-year-old Hanoverian A gelding by Quantensprung. Their last time out was in April for the 3-star NXLU. They finished 11th in the Grand Prix with 69.3. And 7th in the freestyle with 72.1. A man with plenty of experience under his belt. Competed in both Sydney, Athens and Paris for the Olympics. Many European Championships and a couple of World Equestrian Games as well. Nice cadence to the trot there through the half pass. And into a good halt. Yeah, clear steps in the rein back, just drop the pole slightly. Nice lift through the passage. Yeah, some nice steps through the Piaf Passage. Really does step quite a lot under behind, gets a little bit narrow. Lovely and relaxed there though into the walk, taking a wonderful stretch. Clearly over tracking, keeping the march, but having that lovely relaxation too. Needs to watch that rhythm behind. Yeah, sometimes just drops the contact a little bit in front and gets a bit empty rather than really taking the contact. And again, there shows in the transition up into canter, it almost looked like Juan didn't have a lot in front of him to come up into the canter. He's going to really need him in front of the leg now through this canter tour. Nice and straight through these 2-time changes. Yeah, and they were nicely on his aids there. Lovely and uphill through the extended canter, and again very clear through the transitions. Oh, needed a bit more balance there coming around that corner. Came in with the quarters, yeah, and again here the quarters very much to the inside. Needs to keep much more parallel, and again there just escaping to the left. Yeah, good in the ones. Yeah, nicely done. Lovely in front of his leg. Again, quarters just going to the left there at the end of that line. And again here, coming down the centre line, really needs to watch that straightness. It's going to help him on this canter pirouette. Let's see how the next one goes. Oh yeah, okay. Quarters go both ways. Yeah, it just needs to keep that jump in the canter pirouette there to the right. Keeping good energy now down this final centre line. Yeah, better the Piaf there. That's it. Keeping the pole up at the highest point. And a lovely square hold to finish for Juan Antonio Jimenez Kobo. And the lovely Quartar for Spain. They had 3 riders come forward with a team. So at the moment, they're in 8th place in the team, but that is going to be a good score for them. Will it put them up? So I would have thought that they're going to probably come. It's going to be a bit of a fight, I think, for 5th, 6th, 7th. Between Spain, Sweden, the Netherlands and Portugal. I think that Switzerland are going to be out ahead, but let's see when this score comes in. Some real highlights in the canter work today, but just needed to watch the straightness. The quarters were really leading in the canter zigzag and coming into the quarter pirouettes, sorry, the pirouettes as well. So let's see what the score does. 69.109. That puts him individually into 13th place. And that puts Spain into 7th with a total team score of 203.588%. So next up we have an individual rider, and then after that it is all team riders. Nicholas Wagner Ellinger now, and quarterback junior FRH competing for Luxembourg. A 17-year-old Hanoverian, a gelding by quarterback to the Bonheur mare. They competed in the Fontainebleau Nations Cup, finishing 15th in the Grand Prix with 69.5 and 6th in the Special 69.9. They then went on to Aachen just a couple of weeks ago, where they finished 3rd in the Grand Prix with 70.3 and 2nd in the Special with 70.7. Another combination that have plenty of experience under their belt. They competed together in the Hagen, actually the Rotterdam, the Hagen, the Rozenbeek and the Crozet European Championships, as well as the Tokyo and Paris Olympic Games and the 2022 World Championships in Denmark. They also go as far back as competing in the 7-year-old final at the World Breeding Championships back in 2016. Lovely lightness through the half pass. Super crossing. Better here to the right, just keeping a slightly more consistent contact with the pole up. Lovely halt. Yeah, some nice steps to the rein back. Lost a tiny bit of the connection, but one of the better ones that we've seen so far today. Lovely there. You can see him really opening the frame as well as lengthening the strides. Could maybe do with a little bit more from the hind leg for the bigger marks. So much harmony between this pair. Nicely on the spot. Really clear steps. So precise in the rhythm. Great relaxation. Really marching but taking a lovely stretch. I think the judges might actually want to see more of a connection to the bridle. You can see, I used to call them washing lines, when there's a bit of slack to the rein. The judges really want to see the horses taking the rein down and out, rather than the rider throwing the rein away at them. But he did show a very, very nice stretch. Lovely. This stays in such a lovely contact. Oh. It's losing a little bit of the balance coming out there. But overall, really nice through the Piaffe Passage. A little bit of swaying there through the two-time changes. Plenty of power. Lovely balance coming onto the centre line for the canter zigzag. Yeah, really nice control through that line. All those changes looking really easy. Nice centered, lovely and uphill through the canter pirouette. Lovely preparation coming into it. Getting a little bit big there on the second half. But really manages to keep that jump nicely throughout. A lovely polished performance from this pair so far. Clever riding there, just started to travel a little bit, and Nicholas just said, yeah, back into passage. Very nicely done. A really polished performance there from Nicholas Wagner Ellinger for Luxembourg. And the lovely coach. Really showing what a partnership they have. Everything super fluent. Some really lovely transitions. Some good work in the Piaffe Passage. A little bit of swinging there in the two-time changes. But overall, nice balance. And everything looking very, very harmonious indeed. And it is a score of 69.913%, which puts him into individual 8th place. Next up, it is for Switzerland, Charlotte Rogerson and Bonjour Delavie. This horse, a 14-year-old KWPN gelding by Bordeaux out of a blue horse Zach mare. They competed just last weekend actually in Munich for the 5-star there and finished 5th in the Grand Prix with 72.065. Also competed together at the Crozet Europeans last year, finishing 33rd individually. Didn't quite establish that immobility there in the rein back. Lovely lift there in the passage. Yeah, super smooth in the transitions. Yeah, nicely done by Charlotta. Super walk. Yeah, very nice. You can really see, I said earlier about looking like a panther is prowling, and this horse really does walk through his entire body. That's a shame. Just a little miscommunication. Again, super smooth transitions and well ridden there through the Piaf. It was just one step, just looked a little bit laboured, and then she managed to get that activity back. Good riding. Nice changes. Lovely and straight. Yeah, well ridden, really nice and forward, covering the ground. Oh, just lost a little bit of straightness there at the end of the extension, but some good steps. Balance now, coming onto the zigzag line. Better here towards the end. Yeah, just needs to be careful at times. It's not a little bit quick. And sometimes it was a bit quarters leading, so she's going to have to really rebalance to get these one-time changes. Good. See her coming round the corner, working hard to get that, and did it pay off. You could see a really clear half halt as she came onto the line before going into those one-time changes. Some very good riding. Nice. Keep the jump. Yeah, just lost a little bit of the activity there in the second half of that canter pirouette. It kept going and she kept the separation. It just needed a little bit more, I don't know, va-va-voom. Really super in the rhythm through this final Piaf passage. As she comes into the final halt, it is Charlotte Rogerson and Bonjour de la Vie. A super test for Switzerland. Likely to be their highest, I would imagine. So at the moment they have a 66.6 and a 70.1. Some lovely work through the test today and some beautiful riding by Charlotte. Really super through the canter tour, especially today. Sometimes just needed a little bit more activity in the Piaf, but a lovely harmonious test from the pair. It's definitely going to be over 71%, which would mean that Estelle Wettstein and Quarterboy would be their drop score. Let's see if that would put them ahead. Oh, I don't know, 71.587%, and that puts Charlotte into individual fourth place. Just waiting to see what that's going to do to the scores. Yes, that puts them just ahead of Germany, so that jumps them up to 3rd place. But Germany, of course, have one rider left to go. They currently have 2 on 68 and 1 on 71. So at the moment, Belgium out in the lead. I mean, I think it would take something remarkable for them not to take home the top spot, but it is Great Britain in 2nd, Switzerland in 3rd, Germany in 4th, Portugal in 5th. They're, I think, the ones that are going to be fighting. So next up, it is Marieke van der Putten, and she is riding as RS2. It's an 11-year-old KWPN stallion. Last time out for this pair was in Exlu for the 3-star last month. They won the Grand Prix with 75.891, and they also took home a win in the freestyle with a score of 76.2. So if they're to score 75% again, that would well and truly take them into the lead. Again, another rider that has plenty of experience, competed at the European Championships last year, World Cup finals in 2023, as well as plenty of young horse world championships. Rode this horse back in the final in 2022 for 7-year-olds and finished 8th. Lots of expression from the stallion. Just a little bit of a head tilt creeping in there at the half pass. Slightly better this way. Oh, just lost a bit of the balance there. Steps in the rein back. Oh, just kind of jumped out of the rein back. I'd like to see a much more balanced move off. Super expression though through the extension. Plenty of ground cover. Great energy through the passage. It's got a lovely lift. I have to say, I mean, this is the 30th combination that's come in today, and we have seen so much relaxation in this arena. It must be a very, very inviting, kind arena to ride in, because normally you see 1 or 2 horses having a little bit of a look, and we've seen some young horses in this class as well. But real testament to this arena, because every horse has been really nice and relaxed. Again, great energy there coming into the Piaffe. Plenty of lift, just needs to be sure that the hind legs don't lift higher than the forelimb. Lovely uphill changes. Yeah, a lovely line there. Looking really secure, covering the ground beautifully. Yeah, super there as well, taking real risk, opening the frame nicely, beautifully straight. Just a little bit quarters leading there. Better balance. Yeah, better. It was just the first one where she came onto the centre line and the quarters were just leading a little bit to the left. Nice, those changes looking really secure. Lovely and off the ground. Yeah, a little well-deserved pat there. Cute, the jump. Yeah, the last couple of steps were a little bit together behind there in the canter pirouettes. Started really nice, yeah, again here, jumping together behind. That's a shame. Just needs to keep that separation and that jump through the pirouettes. It started really nicely in the first one. What a talented horse though. Again, a little miscommunication there coming out of the passage. Still such a young horse. Just 11 years old, and what a star of the future this pair are going to be. Some really, really lovely work. He's by Glamourdale, out of De Niro mare. And you can see the Glamourdale really coming through, especially in that canter work. A real highlight for this pair. It was just the canter pirouettes really that let them down today. Get super lift in the passage. And there you can see lovely extension and tempi changes. Really see his father coming through in those. Some really super work in this test today. And just 11 years old. Yeah, started really nice in that canter pirouette, and then just there started jumping together behind, and again there through the pirouette to the right. Looking forward to seeing more of this combination. It is a 72.978% test, and that puts them into second place individually. Definitely would have taken the lead if they hadn't have had those couple of little mistakes in the canter pirouettes and that little blip actually as well down that final centre line. So let's see what that does to the scores for the Netherlands. That puts the Netherlands just ahead of Switzerland into third place with a total team score of 210.8. Gosh, 210.826 and Switzerland on 210.023. Very, very close. So it is the turn now of Maria Catano. She is riding Hit Plus for Portugal. This is a 14-year-old by Bretton Woods Gelding. the same stud as Zonic Plus, who's coming in next, by the way. Their last time out was at the Fontainebleau Nations Cup just a few weeks ago. They finished 8th in the Grand Prix with 72.413, finished 5th in the freestyle with 77.9. Could have had a little bit more self-carriage there through the half passes, a bit abrupt to the hold. And here, push in the extension, really covers the ground there. Plenty of energy. Yeah, nice. Stretch in the extended walk. Could do with a little bit more ground cover. Very tall, powerful horse. Brings lots of energy in the passage. Yeah, some nice steps. It just lacked a little bit of engagement. The balance was slightly on the shoulder there, and he was a little bit fiddly with the mouth. Here in the canter. Nice. Really good two-time changes, beautifully straight. Yeah, clear difference shown. Could maybe have been a little braver there. Good in the half pass to the right, just the half pass to the left, just losing the quarters a little bit. Now into the ones, looking good. Yeah, super secure through both lines of tempes. Lovely little pats there down the neck. plenty of ground cover through the extension. And there we have it for Maria Catano and hit plus for Portugal. Currently, Portugal sitting in 6th place with a team total of 205.022. They are just behind Germany at the moment, with Germany with one rider's score left to come through. Currently Portugal have a score of 69.6, 66.2 and 69.1. So with a score over 70 from Maria, that might just put them above Germany. Some lovely work. There's such a super horse, so much power. Some real highlights in the test, especially those tempi changes. And the score is 71.391% and into 6th place for Maria and hit plus. That also puts Portugal up into 4th place ahead of Switzerland, with a team total of 210.13. So that is, correct me if I'm wrong, so the Netherlands 210.8, Portugal 210.1 and Switzerland 210.02. Very, very close. So Germany, Belgium, Sweden and Germany still have riders left to go. Belgium are out in the lead no matter what score this man brings in. And you can see the crowd really coming out in force to watch Justin Verwimp and the wonderful Zonic Plus. This horse, 10-year-old Hanoverian, a stallion by a Zonic NOP out of a Hohenstein mare. They went into stardom last year at the European Championships, where they brought home double gold, first gold for Belgium, and they've been unstoppable since. Last time out was in the Fontainebleau Nations Cup, where in the Grand Prix they scored 83.5%, and in the freestyle it was a 91.855. Of course, 2 winning scores. They haven't been beaten since the European Championships. Just the picture of harmony, such lightness, such ease in everything they do. Not 100% square there in the halt. A lovely rein back. beautiful, wonderful transitions. This horse always just seems so relaxed in the arena. Really lovely quality walk. Justin just giving him a little bit of a reminder of his leg around the corner there. Not quite on the aids there in that final change, but lovely balance for the rest of it. Yeah, all clean, clear ones. I have to say the two lines of changes, he hasn't been as through and over the back as he has been previously when I've seen him. And again there, just lost a little bit of balance on that last step. Not 100% on the aids there in that change either at X. I think Justin using this as a bit of a schooling round. Just an opportunity to ask some questions in the test. His contact is just so still. His frame is so beautiful. It's just so light, so easy, so effortless, and just such a beautiful picture of harmony. Today, Justin's definitely had to make a couple of corrections, which we haven't necessarily seen him do recently. But you know, it's important that these things happen, because he'd rather it happen here in the Nations Cup rather than in a few weeks' time or a few months' time at the World Championships. And do you know what? If he can still make a few of those, and I mean tiny, tiny things, and get 80% in a Grand Prix, then you're in a pretty good place, eh? Justin Verwimp and Zonic Plus. What a partnership. Big pats for Zonic Plus there. He definitely threw a few questions out in the test today. And as I say, you know, to still be trending on around 70%, even with those. It was just a couple of times when he wasn't 100% listening to Justin, which, you know, I haven't seen for a little while now, since when he was a very young horse. But, you know, they're not machines. They're not perfect all of the time. And he rode a pretty flawless test in Fontainebleau just a few weeks ago. And sometimes as riders, to be able to progress, and I mean, progress from 83% is, you know, it seems hard talking about it really, but, you know, in order to progress and to keep going for more and to keep at the top, you have to sometimes make a few corrections. And I think it's really important to do that in the whiteboards. You can do it at home and that's absolutely fine, but as I've said before, it's very different when you're in those whiteboards. And somebody said to me very early on in my career that, you know, it's fine getting to the top, the hardest thing is staying there. And you almost get that title of becoming invincible, and it's not the case. We're sitting on living, breathing animals that can make mistakes. So it is a whopping 80.391%. And of course he goes into the lead, and that secures Belgium the top spot in the Nations Cup. I feel hard saying mistakes because it really wasn't mistakes. It just wasn't as immaculate and flawless as we've seen from this partnership in before, and you know, it was just a couple of percent behind. But what a combination. It's so exciting to be able to watch Justin and Zonic. But we move on now to Sweden, and it is Therese Nilshagen and Navarro. This horse, just 9 years old, a Hanoverian by Negro out of San Remo mare. Their last time out was in Hagen in April for the 4-star. They finished 6th there in the Grand Prix with 72.065% and finished 4th in the special with 72.213. Another rider that has plenty of experience under her belt, competed in Tokyo and the Paris Olympic Games, famously known for riding Dante Baltino, who himself is a very famous stallion. Seeing lots of his produce coming through. Let's see what she can do with this talented young horse. Again, another stallion with plenty of power. Beautiful looking stallion. Lovely and uphill. Beautiful crossing. Just leaving a hind leg out there in the halt. See the power there that this horse has through the extension. Nice here through the passage. Yeah, some nice steps there in the Piaf. A little bit needing some more lift, but again, you know, this horse is still very, very young, just 9 years old. Nice steps there in the walk. Could have a bit more ground cover, but good in the stretch. Just like the contact a little bit stiller, but good relaxation. Yeah, nice, good transitions. You know, as he gets stronger, hopefully that Piaf will develop and he'll be able to get a bit more lift. Ah, that's a shame. Oh, that's a shame as well. Just kicked, oh, well, didn't kick, just caught the board. And it just gave him a little bit of a spook. Wow, look at that extension. Beautiful. Changed a little bit early. Therese giving him a really lovely ride. So again, a mistake there going into the ones, but really nicely corrected. Yeah, good riding again from Therese. This is going to give him a lot of confidence. Nice. Really nicely done. Kept the jump pretty well centered again for such a young horse. Yeah, really started a little bit big and then tightened it up on the second half. Just gave him a little bit of space. Just looking a little bit wobbly there. Therese doing a really good job of giving him that support that he needs and the balance down the centre line as they come to a finish in their test. That was beautiful riding from Therese Nilshagen and the lovely Navarro for Sweden. Looking like it's going to be a score around 70%. Unfortunately, a few mistakes in the lines of changes really keeping them from the 72s that they've been getting. But what a beautiful horse. So much power, super elegant. I think once they get a little bit more lift in the Piaf, and if they didn't have those mistakes in the changes, that would have been a really super score. But as I said, a really supportive, confidence giving round from Therese for this lovely young horse. So Switzerland, the team to have all four riders gone, they're sitting in 5th with 210. Spain currently sitting in 8th with Germany with only 3 riders gone so far. They've got 1 left to go. Spain on 203. I think they're going to be in between them. They are 70.848% for Therese. That puts her into 10th place individually, but it puts Sweden into 7th place in the team. So that means that Caroline Darcourt and Bourneville will be the drop score, giving scores of 69.2, 67.3 and 70.8, with a total team score of 207.436. So it really does all ride on this last rider for Germany to see who are going to be in the top 3. Currently it is Belgium. They're untouchable. But it is Great Britain in 2nd and the Netherlands in 3rd. What can this young lady do? It is Sami Rothenberger and Farrington for Germany. This young lady has so many medals to her name through ponies, juniors, young riders, under 25s. And of course now she is riding as a senior. This horse, a 16-year-old KWPN, a gelding by Jazz out of a Samba Hit mare. Her last time out was in Hagen last month for the 4-star. She was 4th in the Grand Prix with 71.58 and finished 4th again in the freestyle with 76.5. Really elegant horse. We've seen the last few, which have been real powerhouses. This horse, lovely and tall and elegant. Still with plenty of power, don't get me wrong. Oh, beautiful halt. Just a little bit hesitant there at the beginning of the rein back. With a lovely move off. Keep the rhythm. A little bit of travelling there, but some really nice steps. Ooh, keep the rhythm. Lovely lift. Great there in the walk. Lovely relaxation, super stretch. Again, a horse that really walks over his back. Nicely on the aids back up into the passage. Super there. Really sitting there in the piaffe. Yeah, just a little bit of travelling there in the piaffe, but super transitions. Just like to see that piaffe nicely on the spot, but really great lift, really great energy. nice two-time changes. Really clean, really clear. Can maybe just have been a tiny bit more uphill if we're getting fussy. Pretty nice in the extended canter. I feel like she could have taken a bit more of a risk there. Nice balance starting the canter zigzag. Yeah, well ridden. That was a real shame. Started off a really lovely line of one-time changes, then just a couple of mistakes there at the end. Keep the jump, keep the bend. Yeah, just lost a little bit of that throughness. Looked like he got a bit empty. Keep the bend. Not too quick. Yeah, it's almost like he goes into slight autopilot on those and just gets a little bit quick. So the final rider of this class of 34 for this 4-star Nations Cup, it is Sami Rothenberger and Farrington. What can they do for Team Germany? Can they get them into the top 3? It's looking like it's going to be a good score. Much more on the spot there in that final piaffe. And there we have it. Sami Rothenberger and Farrington for Germany. Just 27 years old, Samick. And my goodness, hasn't she already achieved so much. Some beautiful work through the test. A real pity about that mistake in the one-time changes. Canter pirouettes as well, just getting a little bit quick today. So currently Germany sitting on 207.63 with scores of 68, 71 and 68. It's looking like it's going to probably be a 72% score, which would drop one of the 68, so that would give them a 71, a 72 and a 68. They're likely to overtake Switzerland, and I think they might overtake Portugal. It's whether they can overtake the Netherlands as well and Great Britain. It's going to be close. I think they will make it into the top 3. It's a score of 72.261 for Sami Rothenberger for Team Germany. Just waiting to see what that does to the team scores. Yes, it puts Germany into 3rd place with a score of 211.804. So that is Belgium way out in the lead. 225.5. Great Britain in 2nd with 213. Germany in 3rd with 211. And then the Netherlands, Portugal, Switzerland, Sweden and Spain in 8th. Very close. And here we can see the individual scores. Again, some really tight scores today, but it is Justin Verwimp who's out in the lead. Lissa Pauluis in 2nd and Marieke van der Putten in third. So Belgium 1-2. Then Sami Rothenberger just popping in there in fourth. Susan Pape in fifth. You can see Lewis was first to go this morning. So a great result for him, just scraping in over 70%. It's been quite an afternoon here in Lier. What fantastic final results. So stay tuned because we will be bringing you the prize giving. So just so you know, we'll be back tomorrow. Of course, we'll be back tomorrow for the Grand Prix special.
It's gonna be you and me. Be everything you ever dreamed. It's gonna be who
So it is the time now for the team prize giving for the CDIO 4-Star Nations Cup here in Lier. In they come. Our teams in first, second and third, led in by our winners. Team Belgium. Comprising of Wim Verwimp and Jedi Damassa, who scored 71.63. Charlotte Defalque and First Step Valentin, who scored 69.848. Lissa Pauluis, who individually came second, riding Flambeau with 73.522. And of course, the man of the moment, Justin Verboemen and Zonic Plus, 80.391%. The teams on foot there in second and third. In second place, it was Team Great Britain, comprising of Lewis Carrier and Diego with 70.087. Laura Tomlinson and Full Moon second with 68.913. Sadi Smith and Swanmore Dantina, 71.239. And Susan Pape and Harmonies Gluletana with 72.065%. And in third place, it is Team Germany, Evelyn Eger and Global Power OLD, 68.391. Tobias Nabben and Forster, 16 on 71.152. Thomas Wagner and Escalas Emil FRH, 68.087. And Sami Rothenberger and Farrington on 72.261. Huge congratulations to all of our riders today. 34 combinations coming forward, 34 finishing. What a fantastic day it has been. But make sure you join us back tomorrow for more action from Lier. As I said, join us at 11:30 for the special and 3 o'clock for the freestyle. But that's it from me, Natasha Baker. I hope you have enjoyed all of the action here on Click My Horse TV. Huge congratulations to our teams, Belgium, Great Britain and Germany, for their wins. And join us back tomorrow for more dressage action.